performance over time continued to diminish. LOL ended up being the worst performing title ever released by ASCII in Japan, but only marginally, as the Game Boy Color port of the original Wizardry only sold 232 more copies. But this was more down to ASCII's own supply chain issues as opposed to the game itself. Needless to say, Vanpool were both not keen and unable to continue the partnership with ASCII. Fortunately, they were able to collaborate with Enix instead. The first game was called Indonesia, which Kudo had already started working on while still operating at Love the Lick. It was a unique puzzle adventure game that incorporated role-playing elements, but even though reviews were decent, Indonesia failed to find an audience, and it only sold 10,000 copies upon launch. Fortunately, the company was able to continue generating revenue by providing development assistance on Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga, which was being developed by another company founded by ex-Square employees. Their efforts earned them good favour with Nintendo, and Vanpool were tasked with creating a Legend of Zelda spin-off called Freshly Pickled Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land. They then had a brief foray working with Konami on the Let's franchise, developing Let's Yoga and Let's Pilates. And while working on these games, they continued to provide development assistance to other studios, working on games such as Red Ninja, End of Honor, and Magician's Quest, Mysterious Times. However, once work was complete on Let's Pilates, the relationship with Nintendo was renewed as Vanpool created another Tingle-themed game. They then became the developers of the Dylan's franchise, working on 3 games over 6 years, but none of these games performed all that well critically or commercially. Nintendo, however, continued to be satisfied with the efforts of Vanpool, and they were commissioned to work on the Kirby franchise, supporting HAL Laboratory. This saw them work on games such as Super Kirby Clash and Kirby Fighters 2. But after the release of Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe, the leadership team at Vanpool decided to dissolve the company. On the 31st of May 2023, they noted the decision was taken for various reasons, but they thanked fans of the games they worked on over the years for their kind support. The other main successor of Love the Lick was a company called Skip. This company was helmed by Kenichi Nishi and Hiroshi Suzuki, and they were joined by colleagues from Love the Lick who believed in Nishi's design principles. Keita Eto, for example, had stayed at Square for a longer period of time before opting to join Love the Lick. He had joined Square at the same time as Nishi, and they worked together on Chrono Trigger. But after the project concluded, Eto chose to stay at Square, where he worked on Xenogears as an event planner. When that team was disbanded, he chose not to stay at Square, and helped out on LOL as a designer. The company name, Skip, was chosen because they wanted people to think about skipping for joy when playing their games. And it was for this reason that they wanted their games to be quirky and fun as opposed to super serious. The only problem was that their most recent game, LOL, had sold terribly, and most publishers had no faith in their abilities as a result. There was a genuine fear that the company may fold before even developing a game. But they got lucky. Nintendo had just launched the Q Fund, an initiative from their president Hiroshi Yamauchi aimed at finding fresh ideas for the GameCube. Skip pitched an idea, and Nintendo were impressed. They then developed a prototype for what became known as Giftpia, and after viewing it, Nintendo gave the green light and provided funding for the entire project. The game ended up selling almost 70,000 copies in Japan, surpassing the likes of Super Monkey Ball and Sonic Adventure DX. From this point on, Skip became akin to a second-party studio for Nintendo, and their second game, called Chibi Robo, ended up seeing even bigger success. It sold 98,000 copies in Japan, which placed it on par with Soul Calibur 2, Beautiful Joe, and F-Zero GX, and it was ahead of Metroid Prime. This served as a strong platform for growth, and Skip expanded to be a multi-team studio. By late 2005, there were 3 development teams, one led by Nishi, one led by Eto, and one led by Hiroshi Moriyama, who had joined Skip during its infancy from Legaia developer Procyon. But even though this made Skip seem like a huge entity, they tried to stay true to their values and not go down the same path as Square. This meant that even though there were 3 teams, Skip only had 30 employees. Some, though, still felt as though things were moving too fast. and this led to Kenichi Nishi leaving Skip at the beginning of 2006 to found a new company called Route 24. The premise of Route 24 was simple: keep things small and fun. Nishi felt that even 10 to 15 people was too many people to be working on the same game, as it limited creativity and freedom. But Nishi chose to remain cordial with Skip. He continued to support on Captain Rainbow, a new project being developed for the Nintendo Wii that his team was helming before he left. And Skip also published a new party game that was called LOL. The main idea with Route 24 though was just for things to be fun and casual, a place for developers to experiment without the regular pressures. For this reason, many of the people who worked on games at Route 24 also had other jobs. They just worked on stuff for fun during weekends and after hours. This meant Nishi was living his best life, but the teams back at Skip were tasked by Nintendo with developing fun and innovative games for their Wear services, both on the Wii and the DS. Due to the nature of these games, this saw Skip produce 10 games in 2 years, and they also supported on Wii Play Motion due to their experience producing fun minigames.
1.55
This was not without consequences. Those who had enjoyed working on the bigger budget games saw the shift to supporting WiiWare and DSiWare as upsetting. And after the release of another Chibi Robo game, this led many to leave the company. The incredible pipeline then slowed down, and Skip did not release a game in 2012 at all. They then produced 2 more Chibi Robo games, the latter of which was a collaborative effort with Vanpool, but the company then went silent and eventually dissolved in August of 2020. In 2024, the heads of the 3 original teams, Eto, Nishi, and Moriyama, then formed another company called Tiny Wonder Studio. Their aim was to try and revitalize Skip, as it was when they came up with Chibi Robo in the first place. Their first game, called Ko-Robo, was crowdfunded in 2024, having successfully raised $181,000 from a goal of $133,000. The game has been given a provisional release window of May 2026. The third studio that served as his successor to Love the Lick was called Punchline, but its route of formation was quite different from Vanpool or Skip. During the production of Moon, Yoshiro Kimura ended up becoming quite ill. He had to take a lot of time off work, and although he did assist on LOL, it was only in a minor capacity, as he was still getting back up to speed with everything. When Love the Lick then disbanded, Kimura had nowhere to go. Due to his downtime, Kimura had come up with the idea of a fun adventure simulation game, but he didn't have the physical or mental capacity to make any headway. In the end, Hiroshi Suzuki ended up taking Kimura out for a meal. And this was Suzuki's strength. Whereas the other members of Love the Lick were all seasoned developers with clear visions and ideals, Suzuki was more interested in business and people. He saw Kimura was struggling. Instead of ignoring the problem, he offered an olive branch. Kimura ended up joining Skip to begin with, even though Suzuki knew his path was going to lead in another direction, and this was done just so that he could have some money coming in. Suzuki then helped Kimura create the proposal and pitch deck for the game that he wanted to make, and he also spent a lot of his time helping Kimura to then pitch the game, which became known as Tulip, to potential publishers. The game got rejected by everyone except Yasuhiro Wada, the creator of Harvest Moon. He was suitably impressed and introduced Kimura to Victor Interactive Software. They agreed a publishing deal, and Punchline was formed as a studio soon after. But upon launch, Tulip ended up being critically panned and sold poorly. This could have been very demoralizing, but Kimura, despite its performance, wanted to develop a sequel. And after securing a publishing agreement with Sony, they began working on Rule of Rose. This launched in 2006, but was met with similar issues, and it was even threatened with being banned outside of Japan due to alleged obscenities found within the game. After its release, Punchline was shut down, and Kimura joined Marvelous. It was here that he served as producer on No More Heroes, and he was able to revisit the concepts and themes of Tulip, but with better execution, in a new game called Little King's Story. Later, Kimura founded Onion Games, which, amongst other projects, ended up overseeing the re-release of Moon for modern systems. Around the same time as Love the Lick was initially being created by that group of breakaway employees, one other person called Ichiro Mihara also left Square. Mihara had started his career at Capcom, working on Mega Man 5 before leaving to join Square. He was given a semi-senior position at the company, likely involved with production and planning, but Mihara's most famous contribution was the role he played in recruiting Yasumi Matsuno from Quest. It was Mihara who is said to have spoken to Matsuno, suggesting he make the move over, and the rest, as they say, is history. But Mihara ended up leaving Square in late 1995 before any of the games he worked on even shipped. It's unclear as to the exact reasons why Mihara decided to leave, but he was able to reconnect with an individual called Akira Nishitani, who he had met at Capcom when working on Mega Man 5. Nishitani joined Capcom in the late 80s and worked on games like Final Fight, 1941, Street Fighter II, and X-Men Children of the Atom. But after finishing up work on that project, the pair decided to leave their respective companies and create a new entity called Arika. Perhaps due to the reputation Nishitani had within Capcom, an immediate relationship was forged with the company. But as they had chosen not to be a Capcom subsidiary, they had to solve problems themselves, and this excited Nishitani. Their first job was to create an offshoot of the Street Fighter franchise called Street Fighter EX, and this was designed by Capcom to cover bases. Games like Tekken and Virtua Fighter have proved to be huge successes, both in arcades and via their home console ports. So while Street Fighter Alpha and Street Fighter III struck to the franchise's 2D roots, Street Fighter EX ventured into the realm of 3D. But Arika weren't exclusive with Capcom, and despite working on countless iterations of Street Fighter EX and two successors, they partnered with Namco for a game called Fighting Layer. Unfortunately for Arika, the Street Fighter EX series didn't ever rival the regular Street Fighter games, nor did it prove to be viable competition for other 3D fighters on the scene. The franchise was then put on hiatus after the third iteration, but Arika continued to partner with Capcom on other games. Everblue, for example, was an adventure-based scuba diving game, but it was critically panned, with many Western publications awarding it damning scores in the 3 out of 10 range. Regardless, a sequel was still given the green light, and Everblue 2 performed slightly better. This franchise then served as the impetus for Endless Ocean, which was created in collaboration with Nintendo, and this saw a purposeful move towards working more closely with Nintendo over the next few years. Arika produced numerous games for the WiiWare and DSiWare services, and created 3D versions of old Famicom games for the Nintendo 3DS. They were also commissioned to work on Tetris 99, Super Mario Bros. 35, and Pac-Man 99. In more recent times, Arika partnered with Square Enix to create the much-maligned Chocobo GP, and they also provided development assistance on both Tekken 7 and Tekken 8. Despite assertions by Square of corporate espionage, the first major wave of departures from
Corporate
the company
espionage.
were isolated and just resulted from a small group of people wanting to branch out and make their own games. But as the PlayStation era loomed and Final Fantasy VII then released, the cultural shifts within Square started to lead to similar sentiments becoming more widespread. There were those who had become frustrated by the company's ever-reliance on Final Fantasy, and the ridiculous expectations that meant that all non-Final Fantasy properties were being held to the same standard. This led to much larger discourse, and many individuals left to forge their own path away from the restrictions and bureaucracy that was beginning to infest Square. Between 1997
Damn it, Square.
and 2003,
The money
we
went
saw
to your head,
12 new
Square.
companies founded by ex-Square
You
employees,
used to be about the
and they
love,
achieved very
and then you let the
success.
music and the money
One of
go
the
to
more
your head,
notable
man.
companies was Monolith,
Slag off, man.
with
Slag
stories
off,
of
man.
relation to
I
Xenoblade.
know it was hard.
Tetsuya Takahashi had initially enjoyed being part of Development Team 1. They were the cream of the crop at
Damn it, Square, you let the money go to
assigned
your
work
head.
on the Final Fantasy
And this is
franchise.
Grandpa Square.
Takahashi,
Grandpa
who had
Square has
previously worked
family
with
now,
Ian
and he's
Falcon
got to
before
take care of
joining
everybody.
Square, was assigned to
Grandpa
work on
Square's
Final
got 400
Fantasy IV as
developers
his
or
first
whatever.
game, and he created monster sprites, the same role he fulfilled on Wise 3 and Dragon Slayer.
Now Grandpa
Legend of
Square's
Heroes.
got 45 games he's
Having
running.
impressed Sakaguchi, Takahashi was able to work his way up to the role of graphic director on Final Fantasy VI. Seeds of frustration were starting to show, though. Takahashi famously
You guys got
decided
too
to butt heads with
fractured,
Sakaguchi throughout production
whatever you
on
wanna
Final
call it.
Fantasy VI, which was not something many people dared to do due to how influential Sakaguchi was at the company. In one such instance, Takahashi was tasked with creating the game's opening sequence. But even though a visual identity had already been created for the Magitech armor by Kazuhiko Shibuya, Takahashi was not satisfied and didn't think it would work for the opening sequence. This was down to his own personal fascination with mechs, as he just felt he could create a more compelling design that better suited the scene. Fortunately, the gambit paid off. Despite being given strict instructions to follow Shibuya's existing designs, the work was so good that Sakaguchi was forced to accept that Takahashi's vision.
The quality
was
of this
better.
resource is very
After
poor.
Final Fantasy VI then
What
wrapped,
do you mean?
Takahashi decided to stick with the team. He worked on provisional build-outs for the Super Famicom iteration of Final Fantasy VII before serving as a graphics director on Chrono Trigger. But when thoughts moved back onto Final Fantasy VII and a near blank slate was proposed, Takahashi made a bold move. Despite having chosen not to contribute to the story of Final Fantasy VI, despite many of his colleagues choosing to do so, Takahashi felt he had a cool and innovative story to tell. So, he submitted a draft proposal for the story of Final Fantasy VII, which had been produced alongside his wife, Kari Tanaka. It was unfortunately rejected, as it was deemed too dark. This rejection led Takahashi to question whether he was on the right career path at Square. He continued to work on Final Fantasy VII alongside Tetsuya Nomura as one of the graphics directors, but his output was not always in line with the agreed premise. He kept creating work that was far more sci-fi in focus. Upon reflection, it was quite obvious that Takahashi wanted out. During the middle of development on Final Fantasy VII, Takahashi then told Sakaguchi he no longer wanted to contribute to Development Team 1 or work on Final Fantasy. Instead, he wanted to branch out and explore on his own. Sakaguchi, to his credit, did not want to stand in the way of his creativity. He later noted that employees often came up to him and asked, "Is Final Fantasy all this company will let me make?" And even though there was a degree of truth in that, as the teams working on Final Fantasy games had grown to dwarf those of other productions, it wasn't how he wanted people to feel. However, according to Yasunori Mitsuda, even though Takahashi was given his own team by Sakaguchi, he was initially assigned to work on another project, a sequel to Chrono Trigger. This showed an incredible degree of faith, given how much Chrono Trigger had meant to the company. And many of the team he inherited to work on this new project had also worked on Chrono Trigger. But it wasn't what Takahashi had requested. He therefore rebelled, and the work the team started to produce for Chrono Trigger 2 was more in line with what he wanted to make than what would work for the game he had been assigned. In the end, Takahashi got his own way again, and was given the green light to turn his ideas into a new game, and it started development under the codename of Project Noah, before being given the new title of Project X and then Xenogears. The story was unlike anything Square had ever made before, with a heavy science fiction theme and a progressive and risky plot. It was also planned to be very dense and spread across numerous installments. Takahashi also wanted to take huge risks throughout development, pushing what they believed was possible on the PlayStation, and using anime-style cutscenes as opposed to the FMV sequences being used by other games at Square. There were numerous challenges that presented themselves throughout development though. Takahashi was given a small group of veterans who made up the core of his team of 20 to 30 people. But the rest of the team were made up of young, new and inexperienced staff members who were much cheaper. This then introduced challenges, as many of them had never worked on a 3D game before or even made a game on the PlayStation. This then made things complicated, as many of the team, including the veterans, had never worked on a 3D game before or made a game for the PlayStation. So everyone had to learn new technologies, new graphical styles, while also trying to mentor and teach the new employees in things they also weren't that experienced in themselves. This meant they spent much longer on development than they should have. But Takahashi later noted that his request for more budget or more time fell on deaf ears, because the rest of the company was so focused on Final Fantasy VII. This all then came to a head. Executives at Square tried to force Takahashi to cut the game short to hit deadlines, but he felt that doing so would make the game incomplete and cut a deal. It saw a different approach taken for Disc 2, where a more cost-effective methodology for storytelling was used. There was disappointment that this approach had to be taken, but Takahashi felt it was better than just not finishing the story. Still, there was hope that if the game did well enough, then they would be able to continue the broader story and build out the franchise. That was the other problem. The goal set felt almost insurmountable. For the sequel to be given a green light, Xenogears had to sell 1 million copies in Japan.
Yes, Xenogears.
Prior to December 1997, the month before Xenogears was planned to ship, this milestone had only been reached by 9 out of the 421 games released in Japan on the PlayStation. And to further compound how difficult this milestone was, 5 of the 9 games were part of an existing franchise, and of the 4 that weren't, 3 of them were published by Sony themselves. During its first week on sale in Japan, Xenogears managed to sell over 500,000 copies. This placed it as the 8th fastest selling PlayStation game ever released in the country. Within 1 week, it had generated 3.5 billion yen, the equivalent of $28 million. And by the end of the year, this figure had grown to 891,000 copies before reaching 916,000 when factoring in a re-release. Such performance positioned Xenogears as the 9th best-selling cross-platform game released in Japan that year, surpassing the likes of The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time and Metal Gear Solid. Unfortunately, despite showing that Xenogears was a worthy IP in Square's roster, the 1 million copies milestone was not surpassed. There was a belief, therefore, that Xenogears had been set up to fail. Due to how close they had come, some members of the team retained hope that they would be given the green light to work on a planned sequel, especially in comparison to how it had performed against the market. But many believed their team would just simply be dissolved and assigned to other projects. The latter assertion turned out to be true, with the team splintering off to work on either Threads of Fate or Chrono Cross, the sequel to Chrono Trigger they were meant to have worked on in the first place. Takahashi was dismayed by this course of action. He believed Xenogears had done more than well enough to warrant future investment. All he saw was a company lacking in ambition that was afraid to take risks. And this, unfortunately, was true. Square had started to suffer from some pretty significant financial struggles, and the decision was taken to put all their eggs in the Final Fantasy basket. Any other projects that were not deemed to be viable hits were cancelled with immediate effect, and this also related to franchises that didn't deliver. They were put on pause. This left Takahashi with another decision to make. Should he stay at Square and be reassigned to work on games in the interim he had no real passion for, with the hopes that the good times may return, or should he simply leave to pursue his own dreams? In the end, Takahashi felt there was no choice but to leave, and in 1999 he founded Monolith Software. But he wasn't alone. Even though some staff were reassigned to work on other projects, many of the original Xenogears team left Square to join Monolith Software once those projects wrapped up. But some who didn't even work on Xenogears were convinced to leave, as they had also become disillusioned with life at Square. And it meant Square lost some valuable staff to Monolith Software during this time. Hirohide Sugiura, for example, had been a crucial figure at Dream Factory, one of the third-party studios Square had invested in. While there, he served as producer on Tobal 2 and Ehrgeiz. Another figure was Yasuyuki Hone. Prior to working on Xenogears, Hone had come into the fold via Front Mission, a game Square published, which was developed by G-Craft. He then moved over to Square to work on Chrono Trigger before serving as art director on Radical Dreamers. Hone provided map textures on Xenogears, but stayed with Square to be an art director on Chrono Cross before then leaving to join Monolith Software. After the company was established, Takahashi was quick to try and find a publisher who believed in his vision. This saw him strike a deal with Namco. There was a belief that Monolith Software would struggle on its own without proper investment from their chosen publishing partner. A few companies were willing to make any kind of long-term investment. That was until they spoke to Namco. Namco agreed to have Monolith Soft act as a dedicated subsidiary whereby they would fund development and take care of all the annoying overheads such as marketing and general supply chain logistics. Their first project was Xenosaga Episode 1, a spiritual successor to Xenogears, which was planned to be the first part in a 6-game series. But they also worked on another project at the same time called Baton Kaitos. Both projects launched with differing degrees of success. Xenosaga Episode 1 ended up selling 439,000 copies in Japan, less than half of what had been achieved by Xenogears, but it did find an international audience, with global sales surpassing 1 million copies not long after its North American launch. Bat and Katos only managed to sell 100,000 copies in Japan, but it again found a much stronger audience in North America. Monolith continued to work on both franchises in the subsequent years, but sales across Xenosaga and Batten continued to diminish. Different approaches were taken, such as producing spin-offs on mobile and handheld devices, and Monolith even assisted Square Enix on Dirge Cerberus to bring in additional revenue. But their relationship with Namco, which was already on a negative trajectory, further continued to decline following the merger between Namco and Bandai. In April 2007, Namco Bandai then sold their stake in Monolith to Nintendo. This saw the end of Monolith's involvement with both the Xenosaga and Batten franchises, and for the first years of life under Nintendo, Monolith worked on a broad spectrum of projects. But Xeno ended up being given another chance. After finishing up work on Disaster Day of Crisis, Takahashi shared a proposal with Nintendo for another game that was provisionally called Monado, Beginning of the World. However, Satoru Iwata, the then president of Nintendo, requested that the name be changed to incorporate Xeno as a tribute to Takahashi's previous works. This led to the birth of Xenoblade Chronicles, which launched on the 10th of June 2010. Initial sales were underwhelming, with only 79,000 copies sold during its launch week in Japan. This was less than a third of the figure achieved by Xenosaga Episode 1 and less than a fifth of Xenogears. But over time, word of mouth started to help Xenoblade Chronicles find its audience. And this was especially true outside of Japan, as Xenoblade Chronicles was part of Operation Rainfall, a campaign designed to pressure Nintendo into releasing Japan-exclusive games such as The Last Story and Pandora's Tower in North America and Europe. Xenoblade Chronicles was then followed up by Xenoblade Chronicles 3D, a port of the original game for handheld devices, and Xenoblade Chronicles X, a standalone game that served more as a spiritual successor. 3D did not prove to be a very successful endeavour, but X, which launched on the Nintendo Wii U, did. Despite the console floundering, Xenoblade Chronicles became the 6th fastest selling game to launch on the system, and when production of the console had ceased, it ended up as the 23rd best selling game to release in that region. This momentum then carried over to the Nintendo Switch. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and 3 and a re-release of the original Xenoblade Chronicles all eclipsed sales of the previous title. And as of November 2024, the three games had collectively sold over 7 million copies on Switch, taking the franchise sales to almost 9 million. Monolith have since been wholly acquired by Nintendo, and alongside expanding Xenoblade, which saw Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition launch in March 2025, they have supported on the development of the recent Legend of Zelda and Splatoon games. Around the same time that Tetsuya Takahashi was initially having second thoughts about his time at Square, others, such as Hiroki Kikuta, were feeling the same way. Kikuta had joined Square in 1991 as the company sought to capitalize on the huge success of Final Fantasy III. He was therefore a preemptive hire. This meant that despite being hired as a composer, having impressed Nobuo Uematsu with his knowledge and love of progressive rock, there were no initial projects available that needed compositional work done at the time. To keep busy, Kikuta was roped in to assist with debugging on Final Fantasy IV before providing sound effects for Romancing Saga. Kikuta was then given his first major role, as he was assigned as the principal composer on Seiken Densetsu II, or Secret of Mana, but this was more circumstance than anything. Kenji Ito was originally assigned to work on the game as he had composed the music for Seiken Densetsu, but after he was assigned to Romancing Saga, the path opened up. Kikuta was desperate to repay the faith shown in him and was relentless, often spending full days in the office. It was through this diligence that Kikuta excelled, pushing the Super Famicom sound chip to its limits to create an incredibly memorable and impactful score. Due to this success, Kikuta continued on with the Mana franchise, composing music for Seiken Densetsu III, also known as Trials of Mana. But he was starting to become frustrated, as he didn't want to be just a composer. Seiken Densetsu III also did not sell as well as expected, and it caused a huge imbalance in the company. Final Fantasy, Saga, and Mana were seen as the three premium franchises, and although Final Fantasy was the most successful, the other two weren't far behind. Each proved their worth on the Super Famicom. Final Fantasy had consolidated its position before exploding in popularity. Romancing Saga also saw the Saga franchise successfully transition from the Game Boy over to home consoles, with the negative sales trajectory completely reversed. Mana, however, was the one that saw the biggest bounce. Seiken Densetsu also started on the Game Boy, but the first home console entry doubled sales and became the best first-week launch in the history of the company, surpassing even Final Fantasy V. There were therefore high hopes for Seiken Densetsu 3, but it ended up selling less than half of its predecessor, and the franchise was immediately put on pause. This broke the three-franchise monopoly, and Kikuta suddenly found he had been hitched to a wagon that no longer had any wheels. As all the existing franchises already had composers, Kikuta found himself without a project for over a year. During this time, he felt a desire to explore his own game design ideas. But unlike Takahashi, who was given room to explore, Kikuta was met with a brick wall. Square were not willing to commit any level of investment in allowing him to be anything other than a composer. He later noted that Square had a very compartmentalized structure. People would focus intensely on their own role, and it meant they didn't really fully understand what anyone else was doing. It was only later, further into a game's development, that everything would be brought together into a single cohesive product. Final Fantasy VI, under the leadership of Gitazian Ito, slightly moved away from this model, but other teams were still yet to adapt, and Kikuta felt trapped. He felt like an invisible wall had literally been placed in front of him, and said it felt like the company was saying, "You can do whatever you want in your own area, but please don't step out of it." Kikuta did end up with a new project, as he was assigned to compose music for an RPG called Soukaigi, but this was not an internal project. Instead, it was being developed by Yuke's, with Square only publishing. During this time, Kikuta began to explore his options, and he ended up having a chance meeting with the then chairman of SNK. The pair spoke about video games, and after listening to Kikuta explain his frustrations with RPGs, even those produced by Square, he encouraged Kikuta to just leave and fulfill his ambitions, promising to support if he took that next step. And Kikuta did just that. Before work was even complete on Soukaigi, Kikuta left Square to found a new company, and SNK provided the promised funding. The company was called SAC North, and it came into existence on the 30th of April, 1997. But Kikuta wasn't alone in this endeavor, and the people that joined weren't just from the Mana team. Itakura Matsuzo, for example, had worked on Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy VII, but perhaps Kikuta's biggest allies were Goro Ohashi and Hidenori Suzuki. Ohashi had worked on every Mana game, serving as lead battle designer on Seiken Densetsu 3. But after the franchise was put on hold, he was assigned to Final Fantasy VII, where he served as a planner before leaving Square once the game shipped. Ohashi's assistant on Seiken Densetsu 3, Yuko Sakamoto, also left. Suzuki had served as a sound programmer on Seiken Densetsu 3 before then assisting with a plethora of other projects including Bahamut Lagoon, Super Mario RPG, and Final Fantasy Tactics. But they'd struck up a close friendship when working together on Mana. With the new company assembled, Kikuta set
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Terra. Copy. Terra. Oh, good. I got another mission. Ah, 10,000 Umber.
Autopilot engaged. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
I want ice cream. I want ice cream. I saved myself a couple of bites, which is good. I don't have much, but you know, a couple bites isn't bad. I think I've decided my favorite ice cream is peanut butter.
Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Why is there another BST here? Wait. Oh, Val Kilmer passed. Fuck. I hope I don't get throat cancer. That'd be very bad. A lot of my heroes are dying. Val Kilmer died.
Hello guys, I'm Skycatlive. Today, I want to discuss a serious topic about the current state
Topic.
of Mortal Online 2 in 2025. In this video, I will discuss this topic by breaking it down into 5 key questions. I hope everyone can brainstorm and think about a way to make this game better. So, let's get started. The first question, is this game worth playing right now? In my opinion, this game is not worth getting into at the moment. Let me explain the conditions you need to meet if you want to truly enjoy it. Condition 1, you need to choose the right build. The first thing you must do upon entering the game is to choose the correct build. This game is entirely PvP oriented, meaning that picking the wrong
This
build
is entirely
will
wrong.
result in a
You can do
terrible
whatever you want.
experience. For example,
But if you want to be
archers
min-maxed
are
or whatever,
completely
yeah.
useless in this game. Aside from shooting down enemy mounts, they serve no real purpose. Don't assume there's some secret way to make archers viable. There isn't. Unless the developers change how bows work or adjust their stats, archers will remain worthless in ground PvP. Therefore, you must pick the right build. However, the viable builds are extremely limited, essentially boiling down to warriors and mages, just with different race choice. Let's go condition 2, the extreme grind. Even if you can accept the first condition, the second issue is the reason why 80% of players quit. The grind is unbearable. The farming process is
Yeah, the grind is starting to get to me,
absolutely
actually.
necessary. If you don't grind, your stats will fall significantly behind other players. Worse still, the current farming system is incredibly broken. Until you reach mastery level 80, you're basically a non-factor in PvP. And it's not just character level you need to farm, there's also the issue of trinket. At this point, the only remaining players are veterans who already own top tier trinket. Almost every veteran player has OP trinket, but as a new player, you have only 2 options to obtain them. Option 1, farm for 10 years by slowly grinding bandits, earning just 15 gold per quest. Even if you manage to earn 100 gold per hour, a good trinket costs at least 20,000 gold. You can do the math yourself to see how long that would take.
He's right about this.
After all that grounding, only then will you start experiencing.
Or you can go out and get your own trinket. I don't know. The game is not this. I mean, the game's a grindfest nightmare, yeah. But it's not this, like, unpleasant grindfest nightmare. It's not, are you meant to win an MMO overnight? No, it's the same old New World fucking. It's the same old New World grind of get wood, get stone, get fucking kills. Group up if you can. I don't know. I feel like New World did a better job of bringing me like near people than a lot of other MMOs have lately. These non-consensual ones, they don't really throw you up against people that much unless it's like the weird shitty gank or whatever. Shitty gank, I have to buy Amber. Is it Amber? Yeah, Amber. 10,000 Amber. So we're going to look for Amber on the market. Looking for 10,000 of it in station. Sure, I'll pay that. Yeah, absolutely. Buy this. I'll take all 10,000 of it. Thank you. Yes, I'll take your 9 million. Sold. Accept. Complete. Right on. There's my standings. Now I'm 155 with Galente, which I don't know. I thought I would get up faster than this. Yeah, it says, I guess maybe the impact has to hit first. Republic University. Nefanter Minor. Sisters of Eve. University of Kale. Negohuvi, University of Kale. But none of these are like Galente. It's weird. Like, I mean, I'm getting rep with other factions. Need to find like a stone, yeah.
Real game. The option 2, go to RNT.
That's not an option. Why even mention it? What the fuck are you talking about? Maybe for you, piece of shit, with no morals. Maybe people from your generation, yeah. The fuck are you talking about?
Of those pay-to-win players who buy their way to victory.
No. For every one of those players, there's like 9 other people that do it legit. Whatever.
As a new player, what other choice do you have? The developers...
What do you mean, what other choice do you have? I did not need that. I mean, I didn't need that. I barely play this game and I still did fine. What the fuck are you talking about? I just don't think you're good at it.
Claim to be cracking down on RNT, but in reality, they give new players no real alternative. Expecting a newcomer to spend thousands of hours farming just to catch up is unrealistic. This is why so many players resort to RNT. The result, the developers don't make money because they don't sell gold or in-game items directly. What happens when developers stop making money?
Developers.
They slow down. Optimization gets worse, and gameplay improvement takes...
It's so doomer. I don't think I want to do it. I think I used it for like longer than I should have.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Wolfside channel. Today we have a very special topic, I mean always special. So some small hints for new players who starting out the game. So the most important thing is the behavior of a new player, because you're coming from another game, I guess. So in Mortal, stuff like guilds are a lot different than many other games, but also because of the PvP nature of the game, it's a lot different here. So you need to understand the game's hardcore nature first. I mean, oftentimes you will get killed, and you will get killed a lot. And people will still make fun of you even when you are a new player, and sometimes they will kill you and even laugh at you. This is the hardcore sandbox nature of the game in some ways. There are also good PvP players out there who just kill you and then making even role-playing and fun with you and then kill you. And this is an experience. This is also very, very nice. This is not bad. But if you are someone who is closely to rage quitting when he dies, or if you are someone who is playing a League of Legends match and you're saying and your team is nearly losing and you're saying, oh no, we lose anyway, let's just give up, then this game is not for you. If you're someone who's giving up very, very fast and your frustration level is not very high, then don't play this game. The next very important topic is picking up the starting race and build. The good thing is, you can also change this later, so it doesn't matter so hard. But it's...
Didn't we like look at this one already?
In case you're wondering, yes, this is a guard with a crossbow. So now to the very, very big thing that a lot of people think that will come to Mortal Online 2 as well. We don't know, but maybe. Hello everyone and welcome to the Wolfside channel. Today with a very special topic, I mean always special. So the TC rework is around the corner, and people have asked how the system in Mortal Online 1 worked, because the Mortal Online 2 rework system will maybe come close to that, I don't know. So in the first game you were able to place these control towers that you can see here to claim a territory, to say that this territory is your territory, and everything in the area of this tower was paying taxes to you. The upkeep from the houses were going to the guild that has placed this tower, for example. When you placed this tower near a town, the town was also yours until this tower was destroyed. And building and destroying these towers were pretty easy, a little bit harder than the supply towers we have now. This was the basement of a keep with a tactical political map table. This was the first time ever that we had a map in Mortal Online 1, and yes, you see all the territories on this map. But I think the Mortal Online 2 map now is a lot better, that you just press M and you have everything instead of building a whole keep and then see it. So here the tower building was completed, and the tower is instantly working. Here the prices for Mortal Online 1, if you're interested. A Manganon costed 350 gold and a Hellcaster 100 gold. Sadly, there's no footage with the fire trebuchet and stuff they implemented later. And this was the territorial control window of a single tower. But when we look closer, you can see that there is something that you can change. For example, the target defense, target offense, or target radius and stuff. But now in Mortal Online 2, we don't need these settings anymore, because of course we don't have free placeable towers. But with the supply towers, it's very similar, but we don't have settings for the supply towers, but it's okay. This is a Hailcaster costing 100 gold, and yeah, you can also... But the current Mortal Online 2 variant of this is much better in my opinion. The Hailcaster in Mortal Online 2 is great. It's a lot of claims that this is a completely useless weapon. This is true sometimes, but it is at least more useful than it was in the first game. So now to the very, very big thing that a lot of people think that will come to Mortal Online 2 as well. We don't know, but maybe. So stuff like this can be in Mortal Online 2 as well, we don't know for sure, but there was stuff, for example, like I want to remove the protection of the guards of the town, which is the definition of a true sandbox game when you just can remove the guards, and also that the priest should only resurrect everyone or not everyone. I mean, it would be awesome if Star Wars can implement these mechanics in Mortal Online 2 as well. The thing is, I guess that this will breed a lot of frustration and conflict, because for me, for example, I was expelled from Farbenum about 1 or 2 years long because of the gutter snipes. I don't hate you guys, everything cool. And then I moved to Meduli because I couldn't get any materials out of my Farbenum bank for 2 years. So I just played in Meduli, so no problem there. But the thing is, I guess that there are people out there who can't do that, who are completely mentally broken when this will happen to them. But we will see, we will see. But this is an awesome feature that no other game ever had that I have ever seen or played. So this is very unique. But the most interesting thing is the guilds in Mortal Online 1 fought for something. They fought for control over towns. They fought for control over territory, which is the reason why it's called territory control. Don't get me wrong, Mortal Online 2 is so much better than Mortal Online 1 in many ways. But in Mortal Online 2 it's a little bit more present that every guild is placing their TC banks on every strategic important point on the map, and nearly every guild has everywhere these strategic points. I mean, it's completely okay. I don't want to take away your banks at every dungeon and stuff, but I hope you see the problem that comes with this. Also, a very important note is the territorial control towers weren't only placeable by keep owners, and this was, in my opinion, also a problem in the first game. This should not be the problem in the second game. Every guild should be able to place towers. But in my personal opinion, alliances are just the one structure above guilds. So every guild should be their I don't know, a stronghold, crusader, warlord stuff in their area and shit. And the next instance over that is the alliance, and the alliance should then have the overall territory of all of these guilds. But we will see with what stuff Star Wars comes along, what they thought through, because this is a very complicated system, because the win of someone or the win of a guild or something is also the loss of someone else's stuff. So balancing the TC mechanics or making something feeling balanced and fair is very hard on this topic. It was also very funny to just hit one tower, then everyone will come because they thought they will get attacked and stuff, and people grieved the hell out of that, and I also did that. Everyone just did that to annoy the enemies. In case you're wondering, yes, this is a guard with a crossbow. This was just cosmetic thing. I guess that they just added the crossbows to the guards because a lot of people were asking for the crossbows a lot of times, and I don't know if that is a mocking or I don't know. So for everyone who don't know, no, there weren't crossbows in Mortal Online 1 ever. Then the history doesn't repeat itself with Mortal Online 2, it repeats itself. Core Area Lake. This is pretty awesome. These weapons were completely useless. It looks hardcore, it looks cool, but it was a completely useless weapon, and it didn't even give you a benefit when you were, for example, farming spelt or farming some stuff or gathering some stuff. You didn't had a benefit from that, which would have been an awesome mechanic, by the way. But maybe we will see when these things will get implemented into Mortal Online 2 again, that we can then maybe gather a little bit faster, rise, spelt, oat, and stuff like that. So I really hope that Star Wars will implement the TC rework very, very good and balanced, and that it's fair for the people. Because when I'm thinking back to Mortal Online 1, there were a lot of mechanics where I'm just scratching my head and I'm thinking to myself, what the hell? And on the other hand, I'm also thinking about it was so damn unique compared to any other MMORPG out there. There's no sandbox MMORPG out there where you can just disable the guards in towns or disable the safety in towns, can blacklist people and can have taxes from that. But this is exactly the thing what made it so unique. I mean, there are still a lot of territorial control buildings missing in Mortal Online 2. A lot of them are still missing. And with some of these buildings or mechanics, maybe the whole thing will also change a little bit more. But this also boils down to player choice. What do the players want? And what is Star Wars willing to do, or what is Star Wars wanting, or what is Henrik wanting for the vision of the game or stuff. But I guess a lot of people are craving for a territorial control system that is worth the name territorial control. And I totally understand the argument of content gatekeeping, because this is basically the definition of content gatekeeping. But this is also the mechanic of the game. It's called owning a territory and controlling a territory. And if you think the other guild or alliance is content gatekeeping, then maybe getting a better force and kicking their asses out of the area. But I can understand that this is a lot of effort and not a lot of people are willing to do that, because it's a pain in the ass. This is what I meant with the sieging fun. So Star Wars need to find a way where the defenders are having fun and where the attackers are having fun, and that no one of these sides are thinking that it's unfair mechanic. And it also shouldn't be the case that territorial control should be implemented with more like Mortal Online 1, because that was a huge problem. They implemented the territorial control system and people were burned out because they were doing this, they were doing that, they were doing everything but not doing other stuff in this game a lot of times when you're really engaging into the territorial control stuff. And I hope that they will find a way that it's at least balanced in the time and effort and in the gold and time invested and in the balancing of attacker and defender and stuff. But anyway, please leave your thoughts in the comments.
Mortal's
Really
restarting,
awesome,
son of a bitch.
And please also leave a like and subscribe when you found this a little bit interesting. So special thanks to all these supporters, of course, Carmel, Lucario, Ronus, Paternax, Clone Bulldog, and all the others, of course. And never forget to make your territorial control hard. I mean party hard. See you all next
Well, Mortal's gonna patch right now, but that means I'm down for the night, which is annoying, so I'll get like 2 or 3 more hours on a different game. I guess I'll play 76. Yeah, why not? I'm addicted to Mortal now. It took a long time, but I think I finally actually am. It took me a while. I'm actually kind of annoyed that I can't play. Or whatever. Got 3 rock crystals that time. Air elemental popped. Nice. I need to rest. But I'll kill that. I mean, I will get my tables doing this. I will. I'm gonna reach it. It's kind of funny.
Time. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome to the Website channel. Today with a very special topic, I mean always special, the archery damage. So a few people wished exactly for this, to clarify that a little bit. So to break the first myth immediately, strength doesn't give you more archery damage. Strength can give you more archery damage when you're using a better bow that requires maybe a little bit more strength. And to break the second myth, no, dexterity has no impact on bow damage whatsoever, but it can increase the weak spot chance by a low amount. But the good thing is that dexterity is giving you a little bit of a stamina boost, but it's insignificantly in archery anyway, because when you're having a bow that is drawing so much stamina that you are getting out of stamina, then you're using the wrong bow. So now that we have broken down the myths, now to the actual facts of how you can increase your archery damage. So first things first, your zoology lore, for example, when you are hunting down animals, you do a lot more damage when you have the zoology lore for the exact animal. For example, mammalia here. So in mammalia is the profession skill Keratomorpha, for example. This is for molvas. Just for example, this is for molvas. And in the skill description is and damage and defense for creatures in this group. So we tested this over 2 years ago, and this wasn't the case because it was bugged and it wasn't working and stuff in some cases. Then we tested it again, started fixed it, and now it seems to work. I haven't tested it myself, but a few people were reporting that it's like 20% more damage. But I mean, this is only archery damage when you don't do PvP. This is for PvE. This is, by the way, also for meal fighting. This also works for meal fighting, not only for archers. So another very important factor that I have often seen with new players or also new Twitch streamers that are trying out the game, they just don't get it right. You need to wait until the circle is, until you have fully drawn your bow, or you don't do all the damage. I mean, this is just a no-brainer, but I think I need to say it here again. But you can also see in the footage here that sometimes Frahead is also drawing this bow and not directly to the end, but he really forces himself to really have the full drawn circle, because this is very important. When you're letting out the bow, even at 98%, you will do a lot less damage. Then another very important factor in the archery damage is the weak spot chance. You can see it here. He shoots in the head of the horse and it does enormous damage, and this is very important, not because this is just a relic bow, but you're doing a lot more damage when you're just having your marksmanship skilled. And for a mounted archer, for a very skilled mounted archer that really knows how to aim, I mean, you need to practice your player skill, you need to practice yourself in shooting better with a bow and aiming to the heads of people. Aiming is very hard, but shooting like these horses and stuff like he's doing here, this is at least possible to learn over years. And another very important factor, at least in the modern archery, is the trinkets, of course. And this is more or less, it also depends on who you ask, a paywall. But just for example, when you're having a ring with 9% piercing damage and then another ring with 9% piercing damage, this is a lot. This is a lot. You will notice that hardcore. Then one of the most important factors, if it works, to skill the 20% draw speed in the mastery tree. The thing is, I've made a video about this and tested this, and there was no difference at all. This skill was bugged and broken and didn't work. I now haven't tested it again, but I also watched in the old patch notes and there wasn't this listed. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, is it now fixed or not? I don't know. My last info was that they...
I don't think they're kicking me off yet. I'll just wait until they kick me off. I don't really see the fucking difference. Eventually they'll just kick me off this server. I'm gonna relog back in and just... Or I don't know, like... No, I guess I'm okay. Big patch. When I wake up tomorrow, Mortal will be patched and all the chat client changes, and that's gonna be a good positive change. There'll be world chat, and the UI is going to change so I can like scale it and have fonts and stuff. So a big UI change is coming to Mortal today. We've been waiting for it for like a month or something. And it'll be good. I'm excited. Yeah, I don't think I've got lead here, do I? Nope. Fucking annoying. You know where I haven't been is Green Mountain Lodge. I can probably go there. Should I get enough lead coming in?
Autopilot engaged.
Well, at least this is here.
Approaching Stargate.
I'm gonna go on Mortal till they kick me off because I want to keep farming. It's like the main goal. You know? Keep working on being able to play the game solo and still profit as a solo player.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station.
Yeah, I mean it'll kick me off when it's ready.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Docking permission requested. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Is 3D with a positive review. Hack and slash dungeon crawler. It's not in like a 4-player thingy. One of the best PS2 like games I've played in a while. Dungeon crawler.
To work on what he believed.
We can understand now that some people are just addicted to the dungeon loop, which is like boring, boring, boring. Can we get to the boss? Finally, we're at the boss. Oh, it's boring still. We kill the boss. Okay, start over. And like that's good, but I don't know. I'm not really stuck in that same loop anymore. Now, what happened here? Did you load or what? I mean, what's going on? Now, what? I mean, this is my okay. I forgot which Steam I was on. God damn it. Yeah, just get in and keep farming. I shouldn't have stopped. I could have had another load. Damn game has got his fucking claws in me now. Wait, I'm at 5.7. How am I at 5.785? Did I make a sale? No, all my hypernets came back, I guess.
Autopilot engaged.
I've been winning some ships. It's awesome, but I've got to go repost. I guess I better go back to Gina now, briefly. I should like blow myself up when I get back.
Active.
Tomorrow I'll go post more HyperNet and try to get back up to 10 bill. Somehow I suddenly got 10 times the amount of money I used to have. I don't know why, it just did. Well, I know why, it's HyperNet. There's another ship in a row. I got the last ship too. Oh no, it's a skin. Yeah, it's my skin, and I robbed this guy for 200k. It's still free money, so, or not free money, but you know, whatever.
Approaching Stargate.
I took that fool. I took him. Get out there and gamble. Raining in Tindrum.
Autopilot jumping.
I can probably tap this rock over here and get away with it.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
These guys come in on 7 bets trying to take my Council Diplo from me. As if I didn't get it for like 2 million. And it's like, nah, bitch, you just paid 10 million for a Council Diplo. You're the one who looks like an idiot. You're the one who paid me 8 million for a 2 million chip. Even if it's not that much money, it adds up after a bit. If you get a bunch of those, it adds up.
Approaching Stargate.
Starts to end up being hundreds of millions that you just fleece people on fucking Council Diplo shuttles. Just because they look different.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
I was trying to kill fucking wind elementals, but then I just sat here for a long time. That's okay.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
What was that? Ooh, why is my sheep not attacking? Stupid sheep. Kill this Musushu. Musushu. Kill the Musushu, damn it. Kill it. Kill it. Damn Musushu.
Autopilot jumping.
38.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Yeah, Fallout was never serious. No.
Hello everyone and welcome to this advanced combat guide. Now you think, why is this PvE guide telling you something about PvP? And that's why I get help from the anabolic S-Man, the one and only Pimludo, the one and only General Butt Naked. And yeah, that are all his character names. I'm literally not joking. Let's start right with our first lesson, the feint technique. With a feint you can trick your enemy in thinking that you are hitting them, but you're not hitting them. It's pretty good versus a shield user because he will use much stamina if you block. In the key bindings menu, it's currently labeled as a walk. So in the default settings, it's the left control button. Okay, now we will try it out a little bit. Yeah, we charge our swing and we press the left control button. That is very useful in combat in general. You can also feint a hit if you just block. If you see the opponent is also charging a hit and you both run into each other, then you can quickly block the hit. It's also a nice way of feinting. Now to our next topic, the muscle memory. With the following tactics, you can only trick new players, but they are perfect exercise to build up muscle memory and to get a feeling for the combat system. Try to do the following exercises. Try to start a swing from the right side. To do this, you have to move your mouse to the right side and hold down the left mouse button. Then start turning to the left side while continuing holding the left mouse button till your character have turned left for 180 degrees. Then cancel your attack with the control button and continue to turn to the left side while holding the left mouse button till you make a 360 degrees rotation and release your swing. This way you will start an attack from the right side and will hit your opponent from the left side after you made a 360 degrees rotation. Repeat this exercise and try to sprint before releasing the swing. To perform a sprint you have to hold down shift. Any hit from an opponent will cancel your sprint and you have to press the sprint button again. In the next exercise, try to repeat this technique and try to make a thrust attack or an overhead attack after you press the control button. This way.
So dumb. I hate this combat. I wish they hadn't actually done like this like version of it. It's good combat, but it doesn't refine well. I don't remember what these leeches drop, and I don't remember how long they take to kill. They link pretty bad, and they probably hurt the sheep pretty bad, do they? We might have to actually go zone. Oh, no, never mind. We hurt the leeches pretty bad. My question is, do they drop XP? Do they drop Burr Blood?
Autopilot jumping.
They do.
Where you will start a swing from the right side
Moving
and hit
to
your
station.
opponent with a mid-attack or
Warp
with
drive
an overhead
active.
attack after the spin. I highly recommend to assign a key for the overhead attack and the thrust attack. In our example, we bound the thrust attack on left alt and the overhead attack on Q. Yeah, Q. Yeah. This way you can press Ctrl and cancel the right attack after the 180-degree spin. Hold down Alt and left mouse or Q and left mouse button to make a thrust attack or an overhead strike, before continue turning around to hit your opponent. Assigning the keys also prevents input errors. Now to the next topic, swing manipulation, and how this can be used to get faster wind-up swing animation.
Approaching
Swing
station.
manipulation means to turn your mouse in the direction of your swing to make the blade connect faster. Swing manipulation can be used to prevent getting handle hits. If your opponent stands directly in front of you, just turn your mouse a bit in the direction of your swing to hit your opponent with the blade, instead of hitting him with the handle. A handle hit will deal nearly no damage. If you look on the ground and make an overhead, or if you turn left while making a left swing, will make the blade connect faster. This swing manipulation technique can be used to get a faster wind-up speed animation. Either you hit the target or you hit the ground. Both will result in you being able to make a faster wind-up swing after hitting an object or your opponent. Except if your opponent will parry your swing, then it is his turn. After a parry from your opponent, you can do a counter hit that don't need to be charged. It will be instant and it will do maximum damage. You just have to look in a specific direction depending from which side you want to attack, and click the left mouse button. After a parry, you have a 2.5 second time window to perform a counter parry attack. The damage
Docking
of normal
permission
swings will
requested.
steadily increase over time till the circle begins to glow. In this example, I deal extremely low damage because I just created this character about 5 minutes ago. This is the case after 2.5 seconds.
Docking
Then the
permission
normal
requested.
charged swing will
Docking
deal the most
request
damage. The damage
accepted.
of the faster wind-up speed swings does not increase steadily over time, as it is with the normal swing. These swings will
Autopilot
charge
disabled.
fast. It takes around 1
Reached.
second instead of 2.5 seconds. These faster wind-up attacks will either deal very low damage or a good amount of damage. If the swing is charged for a specific period of time, this is a good mechanic / solution to prevent players from using ninja pokes. This gives US players enough time to react and speed up the combat at the same time, because it makes no sense to release the swing without charging them for around 1 second. If those hits are not charged for this specific amount of time, they will only deal around 3 to 4 damage. If they get charged, they will deal around 23 damage on a steel armor, which we have tested with a Jedi sword. Our next lesson is how to trick your opponent. A very simple trick, for example with spears here, is to make a middle attack, a thrust attack with your spear, or an attack from your right. They are nearly look the same, and if you have a triple spear, you make also much damage from the right. So if you turn away from your opponent and you charge your swing, it's hard for them to guess if you make a thrust attack or a right attack. That will give you a huge advantage. Other neat mechanic, if you sprint past your opponent and try to hit his lower body, in that moment you're out of the angle of the attack from the opponent and you can still land a hit. You can hit your opponent even if you don't see them, because your weapon is a physical object in the world, and if you swing that object to the other player behind you with your swing, it's no problem, you can hit them. And now a very important option that you shouldn't use right now
you have in your gameplay tab the attack modifiers charges attacks. If you are in default settings, that is disabled, and that is good because when you want to block, then you can use the right mouse button and the Alt key for that. If you have that option enabled and you press the Alt key, you will make a thrust attack without clicking any mouse button. It's a really nice feature, but if you use it right now, you can't middle block, for example, with the Alt key or with any other key, only with the mouse if you look down. But Henrik already confirmed that there will be more key binding options in general. Now to some basic stuff. As you can see, I'm not losing any stamina. And here I got hit from my buddy and I have under 60% of life, and my stamina is getting lower and lower by normal walking. So keep that in mind. And very important, train your dancing skill. They will come in handy if you just want to distract your enemy with armor or without armor. It's always pretty entertaining. And there you have it. If you have any suggestions and feedback, please leave it in the comments. I know we don't cover everything, but it's simply too much to do everything in one video. And please look in the description, there's the thread from the Anabolic S-Man where he describes everything we discussed today, and special credits to him of course. So very thanks Anabolic S-Man, and as always, like and subscribe, hit the bell please. Also visit the Mortal Online forums to give the developers feedback about the game. Always make party hard, and goodbye!
Hello to whoever finds this journal. My days in Ireland have been rewarding as they are troublesome, and it's often...
This is still the worst intro to a fucking, like, a video I've heard on YouTube. I'm sorry, it's so bad. Hello, Venturer. You have found this lost journal. Blah, blah, blah. It's so nerdy. It's... I like what he says, too, and I like the style of it, but it's so cheesy, though. Oh, I poisoned. Why do you sound all quiet now? Oh, did I AFK? There's no way I AFK. Oh my god.
This compendium can either prepare you for or help you from. Your choices as a player and a guild may lead to swift and unprecedented consequences. I believe this to be the ultimate guide for survival and success.
I believe this to blah 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 blah.
Our journey begins in the town of Faberdon.
Journey begins in the town of his butthole.
Rich in Greywood, Granum, and Calyx, the town is a PvP haven and hotspot. It is also the village that the tutorial town is based from. People from all around come to this town to duel and learn combat, and that is what today's guide will be focusing on. Now, obviously, this being an open world PvP game, they can do it can instantly do a fast attack with max damage. However, you must choose wisely. Combat movement is extremely important to understand. Not the skill, but for you as a player and how you move around your opponent. Quickly, without wasting a lot of stam, you can do this by zigzagging, circling, or sticky backing and flanking your opponent from the outside step. Sticky backing means to get behind your opponent and to stay at the behind them as often as you can. It's very important to practice and to understand. If you stand still or run in a straight line, you will go down quick and be at a disadvantage. Personally, I sprint while 1v1ing and only back off when I regen stam or need to pop a band-aid. Leveling the anatomy skill is extremely important. Your task in a 1v1 is to stay at a flank or the outside of your target and to get behind them, as they will be too busy spinning in circles trying to keep you in front of them, messing up their blocks. Do not run in a straight line for the target unless your name is Thavian. He's pretty good at that. Counterattacks is a very debated topic. Right after you parry, you can instantly do a fast attack with max damage. However, you must choose wisely when you decide to use your next strike. You do have a small window of opportunity before it goes away, but if you miss or someone jumps out of the way or blocks your counter, they take an advantage onto you, as there is a delay during and after the counter, and it limits your movement for a small amount of time. As stated earlier, it is important to learn, as if your enemy knows that you can parry, they will back off a little bit or change their technique, and you must be able to adapt to their changes. Practice makes perfect, and combining your strike with feints and fakes, using counters and not using counters, using your movement techniques and keeping your stam up will make you harder to kill, even if you are outnumbered. You will never go down without a fight. No amount of tutorial on YouTube or guide reading or taking notes or speaking with people will make you better at this mechanic in the game. Getting out and fighting and practicing and putting in the time is the only real way of getting better at this game. It's like playing Rocket League. I finally hit champ rank after 2 years of playing, and even then I'm still struggling in Diamond 3. But practice will make you better. Now, obviously, don't take anything I said in this video for my footage. Watch the other guys beating the crap out of me. They're much better at it. But I hope this guide has helped you in some way, whether it gave you a different view on how you approach your next fight, or a different way of thinking on when you are situated into a fight. If you have any more questions, or if you want to leave some tips for the new guys watching this video, do it down in the comments below. Also, feel free to promote your guild. Check the description for important links that could help you in other aspects of the game that we will soon cover. But I hope these videos are enjoyable for you to watch, and I appreciate the support. We went up like 50 subscribers. That's insane. But as always, thank you for watching. That a general rule of thumb, and I wouldn't. Hello and welcome to part 2 of our mining guide. Today we are going to talk about the process of which you can turn the rocks we gathered from part 1 into metals. I won't list all the metals, but to show a short guide on how you can combine and what skills you will need to learn to process these materials into metals, today we will focus on how to make brawn, cuprum, messing, and steel, some building metals and some crafting metals. One thing to quickly note before we take our dive into metals is they work similar to wood. You have heavy, dense, hard metals, and you have softer, lighter metals. The heavy and dense metals are going to be mostly used for building, or if you turn them into armor training, or as a byproduct to make a lighter, softer metal, those are going to be used for your weapons and armor. But for it to be said, the heavy metals can be used in weapons like hammers and axes and blunt weapons to make them hit like a semi-trucks. So like always in this sort of game, experiment with the different metals and combinations. There's thousands of them, and find what works for you or what works for your customers. So there is a lot of skills that you need and that we didn't cover from the first part. This is once again going to be a bit of an info dump, but it is necessary to do. So if you already know the skills or have the skills, check the description and move on to the next part. So I will list only the primaries, and don't worry if you have trouble keeping up. There's a link in the description below, or mortaldata.com. It's what I use to help keep track of all the skills for this guide, so you can use that sort of like a character builder. Alchemy and alchemical dissolvents. These both are primaries, and what this does is when you are turning coal into coke or using rock oil as a catalyst, this helps your yield be more significant and less wasteful. Alchemy can be found at any town at the Common Librarian, however, alchemical dissolvents cannot. There is no book for this. The best way to train this skill is through action. It will increase naturally as you use catalyst, but to speedrun it, you can always use salt and water. Next, under the crafting appliances, you will need ore extraction appliances and everything underneath that. Everything but the blast furnace is a secondary, and these are appliances and tools that you will need to extract those rocks from part 1. You can find the extraction book in all towns at the extraction librarian, as well as all the books underneath it. Next, under extraction, you will need basic ore extraction, intermediate, and if you choose to go for the end game metals, advanced ore extraction. With these skills, you will be able to create more metals, more valuable metals, and the best weapons and armor in the game, or the metals for those. You can find these in all towns at the material lore librarian. From there, you will need to go look at your material lore and the primary skill, metallurgy, and everything under that with the optional master alloys. This is your metals that you are learning to make. With these skills are very important, as when you use them to craft with or to try to make it, it will affect its yield and how strong the metal is when crafting an item with it. Most of the books can be found at any town at the material librarians, or if it's an advanced metal skill, check the Ordo or Torum, or the Army Custis Librarian, located in Medulla or Faberdum. Sorry if I butchered the pronunciations, take a shot. And finally, you will need the petrology, or the rocks that you will be mining and handling. You can learn them mostly through action, but can also be located at the material librarian or the petrologist librarian in mostly every town or tindrum. Altogether, this is 900 or 1100 skill points. It won't leave you enough room to craft with, but without you, the extractor, crafting couldn't happen, and you can control the price of these metals. For example, a stack of steel goes for roughly 300 gold, give or take the market demand, and as the producer, you
20
control
minutes.
that demand.
Damn it.
Or the market. Currently, I'm trying to test a build as a weapon crafter to see if I can craft up to steel as well as refined steels. So more on this in part 3 when we cover how to make weapons. Okay, welcome in. We are in Bodki at the crafting hut. I have my horse here. He has all the necessities on him, and he's getting a nice little toasty bum. So our first metal we are going to make is
I'm sure
cuprum.
he is.
Now, before we make the cuprum, we have to make coke. And to do that, we have to get our coal.
Sounds
so
good
we
to
have
me.
10,000, 15,000 coal. And to make this, we have to put it into this here furnace. I'm surprised I can walk. So with our 10,000 coal, and there's a couple ways you can make coal. You could either use calyx powder, which is probably the best way to do it, since calyx powder is kind of, you get more from actually crushing it, or you can use the coal. So do we have any? No, I didn't put any on my horse, so we're just going to use the coal. So we'll put the 10,000 into the resource tab, and then from the catalyst, for 10,000, we are going to use 535, and this was mentioned in part 1 when we were doing the miner's guide, going over how to make this stuff. If you haven't watched it, please check it out. If not, links down in the description. As always, I'm using Norska Rock Bible. It's pretty popular among the community, and there's a lot more information than what you might get from this video, since we're just doing the basics. So 10,000 resource to 535 catalysts. We're going to start extraction. Now, we might not get our max yield because I don't have any coke lore. As you see right here, coke lore is 0. So once this comes out, up here you see that it's extracting the item, so it's going to take a couple seconds. But once this comes out, we have 1,500 coke. Now, with full coke lore, you should get 7,200. So I'm really cheating myself out of this by not having the lore. But, you know, you kind of learn it as you do it. You can read books, and there's a ton of books that you would need while doing this. So now that we have our coke,
5.8
we
bill.
can combine that. There's 2 ways. We can use malachite, and we can use amaranthum. So let's use our amaranthum first, since we have more of that. We're going to put this back into the furnace, and we're going to have to use bore to smelt this. So we should be using 100 or 720 bore. I don't have that much. I only have 129. So let's do like 2,000 of it. We're gonna put that there, that here, and I might try, and it might not come out. We should get about 2,400 cuprum out of this. However, again, I don't have full lures, so we only got 61. We didn't do a full round. So you'd want to take that stack of amaranthum and put it with 720 bore, and that should give you 2,400. We got 61 because of our lures. We got some electrum out of it and some calamine. So both of these are actually healing reagents, and mages will eat that up. We also got some black out of it, so that's really cool. This pitch, I'm not sure what this pitch is. It's a sticky black liquid made from coal. I'm not sure what that is. So now that we did it with that, let's try the malachite. So we have a half a stack of malachite, and we are going to split that into 5,000. This is another way you can make cuprum. And this is the more efficient way to make cuprum, because this is going to use our coke. So with the malachite, we are going to put a half a stack of that into the resource. Now, for a full stack of malachite, we want 385 coke. So because we're using a half a stack of malachite, we are going to
keep saying malachite, and it's driving me crazy.
Approaching Stargate.
Put down a crusher within bank range. Wow, so like that's a whole big part of it that I haven't really been understanding. I wonder if I should crush all this granum that I've been mining and just sell whatever I get.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Let's look at Steam Game Player Statistics today. Schedule 1, Wallpaper,
Stargate.
Repo, Naraka Blade Point, Rust, Stardew Valley, Grand Theft Auto 5, Enhanced is dropped down again. GTA 5, Legacy, Delta Force. You know, I gotta turn my heater on. It's fucking cold in here now. There we go. War Thunder, Warframe, Bongo Cat, wonder what that is. VR Chat, it's probably some weird thing. Daisy. I don't see anything here that's managing to stay. You know, like really, like I don't know, like it's weird. Like I'm only seeing games that stay here. It's weird. I don't see anything like unique. Inzo is new, but it's like kind of like The Sims, and I don't think that's really my style of game.
Autopilot jumping.
I like this spot here, the leeches, because it's like constant real liquid coming in. Yeah, that's like 3K right there. And the wind elemental gives clusters, and there's like a scorpion and a cockatrice in there in the back.
Approaching Stargate.
Game charts, and then adding an additional 50% to it to account for the PS5 and Xbox players that joined the game in the New World Eternum release. Now, it is entirely possible that I'm off with this count, as there is no public way to see the console player numbers, but just walking around in-game and interacting with other players shows...
I like New World, and I feel like kind of like disloyal that I'm not playing it, but then I think I'm more into Mortal right now.
Autopilot jumping.
No, it's BST White Mage to 75, isn't it? Yep, I think so. Better than Nin, because you can always just dump heals. I should get on New World and pick a server. I wonder, I guess I could run like Mortal on Epic and start a new character that's a little bit more, I don't know, this character, I'd rather just keep playing this character. I think I'll probably just play Mortal on my main. It's weird. I don't need New World or anything. What was that sound? Oh, the drain kit, the regen it did. Yeah. Look, they consistently drop vile bird blood, so I can just consistently farm them like over and over again, and they pop a lot of them here. And I can kill the skeleton and the cockatrice in between for even more loot. And if I stay here for hours, it will add up. I didn't think about it, but the leeches are really good. Putting 4 leeches in the same place is actually really good. The sheep tanks them, no problem. I don't do a lot of whole damage to them because they're like really resistant to my form of damage, but yeah. Or I don't know. Yeah, piercing's supposed to hurt the leech, I think. I don't know. I can't remember. Yeah, look, that's 400 gil a kill. That's actually not that bad. It'll add up, and I can just vendor it. It's not reliant to any like. Yeah, this will be my spot. I think I'll take this spot.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive.
Shutting down in 9 minutes. I'm gonna put this stuff away. They say to buy a crusher and take it to the fucking the auction thing to the bank and crush all of your stuff, and maybe I should do that actually.
Approaching Stargate.
Yeah, the leeches feel like real and verifiable money every time I get a kill. I can just run in here when I want something else. I guess the first thing I should always do is steal from the Reaper and try to get a scroll of, like, stun. Because he's a good, reliable source of Mithril Beast coins. I should mug him.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
New big patch. It's going to be really cool. They're going to change the game really drastically now. They've never redone the UI the whole time in 20 years, but they're finally redoing the chat. They're finally getting rid of that garbage ass chat box. I don't think they're changing much else, but they're changing the chat box, which is good. Yeah, let's go do some dailies and a weekly on 76.
Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate.
Oh, my sheep died of old age. God damn it.
Approaching Stargate.
God damn, I told you to attack. What's your fucking problem? Gonna tell you for the third time. Fucking attack the leech, piece of shit, goddamn developer. Attack the fucking leech. Jesus, man. I can't stand how angry the fucking piece of shit software makes me sometimes.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Epic modern armor. I don't like that one either. Free roll. Kill insects much better. Oh yeah, so let's go. Well, what the fuck was that? Oh, it's my light coming on. I was like, what the hell? Anyway, or no, it's, oh shit. What was that? So is there more leeches in the tunnels just like right over here? Because it would be more money. More leeches? No, there's like birds. I should try and find the chest because that's money. It's not in here, is it? No. Well, I see a lot more scorps in here. I see that... Oh, wait, isn't there, like, more... There's, like, even more up towards the entrance, isn't there? I think, I don't know, like... I need to kill these leashes, because I'm going to realize that, yeah, like, right there is... like, 5k solid. And while it's not amazing, it'll begin to really, really stack up.
From console, like this guy here is on PS5.
I think I better use my score boosts. I realize now that score boosts are what I should spend my money on now. Eat pre-war food, eat a vegetable. I'm going to get credit for all of that right here. So, track.
Warp drive active.
Go look at the season. I've got 265, not bad. Getting towards bed. nice. It's another cultist piercer that might sell. Oh my god.
Autopilot engaged. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled.
Super Legendary Thundercrab killed me instantly before I could get a land a hit on it as usual. I think it spawned on me, but it happens so fast, and I mean, I don't even know. This thing, for some reason, it doesn't weigh anything at all, the Gatling laser. But I guess Gatling lasers don't really fucking, like, weigh anything anyways. Weapon speed. I mean, these things don't weigh anything anyways. I think this thing's better than what I'm currently using. It's insane, but I think it is. Yeah, it also really hurts ghouls, which is cool. So, let's... Yeah, I think I'll probably favorite this, and, oops. Oops. My tab was stuck. Okay. Good, let's kill this arrow elemental. Yep, the arrow elemental and the leeches are a really good source of income, I think.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
How are we still full at the end of that? That one just couldn't hurt us, I guess. He couldn't land anything.
Approaching Stargate.
Here, I found my free. Well, it's not free, but it's like it's a really good grind spot that is pretty good money.
Autopilot.
Gotta go pee. I'll be right back.
Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, I sold Master Arms. A couple greens, nice. Nice, got an Omen Navy. Not bad.
Approaching Stargate.
Back up to 15K.
Autopilot jumping.
Nice, I didn't have that plan that he threw on the ground.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
I need about 20 missiles.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Better. Moonshine.
Approaching Stargate.
I like Moonshine. I like the music.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
I had half of the whole entire Gulper thing. $15K, I got 1,000 caps somehow. See, look, that's 600 gil right there, a kill. That's actually really good. Per kill, it's actually super good. Ooh, when I go to bed, I'm gonna watch Perry Mason. I've been addicted to Perry Mason in about 20 minutes. I was gonna lay the fuck out. I'm gonna publish my videos, and I'm gonna watch Perry Mason. And when I'm done publishing my videos, I'm just gonna lay the fuck out on the couch for like half an hour. And I'm gonna go to bed and just fall asleep. I love Perry Mason. That's such a good fucking good show. From like the 50s. With, I don't know what the name of the actor is. Ray or Red. I forget his fucking name. Yeah. You know, so he was old in the first season. Raymond Burr, I think his name is. Yeah, Raymond Burr. And he was old in the first season, so I'm going to see how long it lasts before it's boring. But it's really good in the first season. A lot of people really put their heart and soul into it. The writing is good because it's all detective novelists who try really hard to entertain people. And just generally all really good. I wish the remake, I had a lot of hope for the remake of Perry Mason on Amazon, and I watched that, and I thought it was actually pretty good, but it didn't go anywhere after the first season. I thought it was going to be a pretty good review, but it didn't really end up being like what I thought it was going to be. I also had a lot of hopes for the Lincoln Lawyer, and that was pretty good on Netflix season 1, but I didn't think the season 2 of the Lincoln Lawyer was good enough to watch. And I've been disappointed by some of these shows in their sophomore or junior, you know, seasons. Because they like, I mean, good television is kind of like college. It should go a full 12 years, something like that. And so, yeah, just like it starts with high school. And by the time you're in your 5th year, you should be ready to take on the world in college as a college, you know, freshman. But I don't know. It's I don't know, like television, like it's like hard. It's hard to say. It's like hard to like say. You know, with creative work, it's hard to put a number on it. But I mean, if Raymond Burr was old on season 1 of Perry Mason, I wonder how long I can go before the show kind of bores me. We'll see. Because he already kind of seems like a fuddy-duddy dinosaur, like he's tired by the end of season 1, and we'll see. Maybe that's just my impression of it. It's like how, but I mean, he's like 55 when he did the show or something. He was actually really old.
We got an Xbox player. Right next to them, we have a PC player. Over here, let's see, we've got a PS5 player. I'd just say, you know, I've lately been describing New World as a restaurant that offers a very particular type of comfort food. There's a bunch of other places you can eat at that offer a much larger menu, more variety, happier customers. The management actually seems to care. But despite New World lacking all of that, the flavor of the food that is New World's content, New World's combat, it's something that you can't really get anywhere else. In my opinion, one of the biggest problems New World faces these days is a lack of content, or more specifically, rewarding content. After hitting the current max level of 65 and finishing the main storyline, most players will find themselves, in the long term, doing mutated expeditions, outpost rush, and if they can find a group for it, the Hive of Gorgon's raid. Intermingled with this instance content, a chunk of New World's population will also engage in chest runs, which are like a open world group content,
ECR.
and the Curse Mists, which is a PvP always on zone. And in a roundabout way, it's also considered a bit of a chest run. You're just doing it solo, and there is the chance that you can attack or be attacked by other players. All of the content that I just listed
I got
there,
two serums.
only 2 of them really have the chance to give you the best rewards in terms of max gear score, and that is the PvP zone and the Hive of Gorgon's raid. Now, New World fans might make an argument that you can get, you know, high gear score items from the PvP rewards track in the form of artifacts, and there's also the sandworm as well. We're going to cover some of this content in a little bit. Also, I do want to point out that there is technically a chance you can get a weekly box. You only get it once a week. It's I think it's like a 1 to 5% chance at most that you can get this from Outpost Rush. But again, as you can see, it's like for the low drop rate, Amazon just really seems to have a problem with rewarding players with any good gear. Now, to better explain what I'm talking about here, I have produced this amazing graphic. This is all of the content that I think players will regularly engage in, stuff that is on offer in the game, perhaps that he won't even engage in, but this is what Amazon has to offer in terms of endgame and New World. We have some PvE up here, we have some PvP down at the bottom. Now, of the content that I think is accessible, things that you can just jump in and do without too much effort really, we have this content here. So we have lost the raids, because obviously raids require a bit of coordination. One thing that New World's missing as well is if we go to the activity finder, we go to Mutated Expeditions, I can just queue up as a DPS, a tank, a healer, and it'll find me players from other servers. If I want to queue up for the raid, you can't. You have to make a lobby. You've either got to advertise in global chat, or you need to go to a Discord and find some players. It's the same with the Hive of Gorgon's raid as well. With the Sandworm raid as well. So that's why we've moved those out of there. The same with the seasonal trials, invasions, wars. They don't really have a way for you to queue into them. So this is the content that is actually accessible to sort of the casual player or the everyman player. And then of this content here, this is the content that can actually give you max gear score, you know, 725 gear score. So if you are looking to progress your character to have best gear,
I think I better go back and get 725. I think I'm going to be sad if I don't. It's kind of a time sink I don't really want. But I also don't really care. Okay, this is fun. I'm going to pop to New World for like half an hour here because I haven't done that in months. And just take a look at perhaps what it'll take to run the season pass to get 725. I like New World. I have thousands of hours in it or whatever. I don't, you know, it's not like I don't play New World. Am I dying? Yeah, my sheep's dying. 40? I played this game in a little while. Now I make the decision as to where I go. This is a fresh start PvP realm, right? Aquarius, this is the PvP realm. I have to select a world with her. I've got, oh yeah, Farood was the PvP realm. And Lilith is where I used to be. Now I have to pick one. This is my original. No, wait, that's not my original. That's my original. She's got a lot of stuff. Aquarius is the one that I've spent the most time on, I guess, now. And that's the one that I should play, Aquarius. Yeah, Aquarius is where I used to come back to Lilith. No, I used to come back to Aquarius. They moved me into Aquarius. That's the fresh start one. Yeah, and I have to select worlds on other characters that I don't really care about. Like, I could select a world, but I just want to see what the options are. There's Farood. And then there's Aquarius and Eldorado. It looks like they've merged. Aquarius and Eldorado. So I guess Aquarius is where I want to go and take a look, I guess. Yeah, this is the character I put the most time on now. It's raining hard. I wonder if I'm going to be able to walk tomorrow. Damn it, is it going to rain all day? Pretty late in the night already. Ah, yes. Fire staff, life staff. My current eye level is 670. Oh, because I'm in the wrong set. Yeah. Put me in. Oops, no, that's my. Oops, that was my proficiency potion. There. Caster main is 709. And I run Void Gauntlet Fire Staff. No. Yes, yes. Void Gauntlet Fire Staff, yeah. And I have an intellect set with focus bonus and all that, yeah. And now, so we see that the server isn't dead. We immediately see people spamming for stuff. I want to go immediately go get, I guess, my chest, right? Yeah, the first immediate thing is to go get my chest, like, pretty much immediately. A fast chest would be this one, the Cutlass Keys, yeah. And then let's turn on the music before I do anything. Oh, how much money do I have? 30,000. I have 30,000 gold. I'm learning that I don't really like the UI sounds anymore. Yeah, I think I'm gonna kind of kill them and go a little bit more peaceful. I don't think I need the movie volume. The sound effects could be up because I like the sound effects in this game. They sound okay. They're kind of peaceful. Target lock. Oh, target said the target lock. Okay, yeah, target lock. Yeah, musical instruments and. Master could go to 40, and then I want the music to bump. It seems to be having some kind of like lag a little bit, but. I like the sound of the rain. We have an MSQ to go to Flesh from Stone Expedition. I don't want to do an expedition. Wait, I have an MSQ still? Oh yeah, kill 50 corrupted and reek water. Yeah, there's other stuff that I gotta do. There's still things that I need to do in this game. It's weird. Now let's go do the first thing that jumps to mind, which is try and open chests, I guess. It's been a long time since I played the game. see my settings real quick. Oh, I've got to change my keybinds. Yeah. Oh, God.